This is a little harder, only because of that reason. But it's fine. I can still heal myself. And be safe. I need to run! There you go. So, all that I did was start hitting all of them because they were all at 1% and I was just praying. So, all that I know is on trusts, I can get them all to 1% and then not have to deal with the bullshit of one dying. She can just need it.
I'm the white mage.
I thought she was talking about the freaking top. I'm leaving.
Do you want a picture in here, Crow?
Yes!
Left us?
Yeah, I left. Alright. I'm also going to leave I'm going to leave chat so I can continue on my MSQ. Yeah. Bye! So yeah, so that's how that one goes without trusts. Now I understand why the one YouTube video I saw where they were complaining about how players didn't really know what they were doing and it was easier with trusts. Now I understand. I completely understand. That was during the media tour. The other members of the Isilbrand contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Are you going to be giving me a warm outfit? Because that'll be awesome if you do. As the remaining members of the Scions, your friends, and most of the Isilbrand contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes. Going to a new zone is what we're doing. I might want to actually change that we're heading towards.
By the 12.
I guess I'll update it after all this.
You could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
I love her. Square did so well with creating characters that when they show back up again, you're just like, oh, it's that guy.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sikard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you've got to trust in the commander of your ship.
That's better than like 3,600 and something, Dari. If that is your queue number. 2,000's not too bad. That's, you can at least eat your food. Watch some YouTube videos. That might take an hour. At best. It doesn't help that like all of us are still in the game. So many of us in the game.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
That too. I'll be here for a while. Until I get like extremely tired, then I'll go.
We thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
God, I love this so far.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldain's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, and and the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction.
Ah! I love it.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of technical nature together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Ah!
Lord Marmalade!
Wow.
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
God, thank you, SC. Oh, I love it.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Okay, Hien, who did you send to us?
Out of my way!
Yes!
Fool!
Yes! 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 Oh my god. This is great. I'm like, please be Sadu. Please!
Forgive us for coming
Oh, I love it.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance. Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
I love her.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
and the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities, which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
So I just want you to know that everybody that's coming together is from all previous expansions. So like they are beasting this out for sure to have everything come together.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald.
It is definitely coming together for the end arc for sure.
And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Damaska!
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people, no different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werland, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
For the greater good.
It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
For the greater good.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer, with comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed, I'm certain of it. Okay. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we're on the battlefield, and we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Gaidolot is also here helping us. While his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment, however. You need not, I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. I'm glad to see you well, Graha. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer. As they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits, but whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Alright, Suddy, what do you have to say? I care not for the Ironmen or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteer to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it is a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steps or fishmen could dream be. Alright, I need to talk to you. With the mole companions of the Nadam and the Dolph having sent too many here, I had thought to defend the steep in their absence, and I would have done so it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them onto victory. Though I must tolerate... I walked away too far. It's actually important to... Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dothrel dog at first among my brothers, I can no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. It's actually important to talk to all of them because you do get some background story before you go into the next one. Sometimes they even, like, provide some foreshadowing. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Boja. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized, whatever the name that is, has seen fit to send a few of us to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. Somebody said, did SC just take a giant rock and just, like, put it down onto, like, their keyboard for some names? It's kind of funny. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a pliable sense of camaraderie. Of course. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experience with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there is some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him once again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay has improved since we last met. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies or our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall we come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. I've close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steep? Perhaps I should introduce myself, that I don't much like the look of of that fellow with the enormous axe. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Ism Steep with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expected Gullermald will be mostly the latter, but I like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? Uh-huh. Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Galamad has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bluster the Isabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Until the Emperor fell, Garleans were the only ones who was allowed to impose traffics upon at sea. We're an easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Alright. I can't lie to you, Gra. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to Pitafog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather unquoth for one to do otherwise, after all. Alright. In case you were wondering, Esquiva will be staying behind to defend the 12 wood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obliged to share with her every detail when I return. I mean, you'll eventually get in. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalia and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Islabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telephore. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Erosia, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. Few shall have suffice ere we embark. We must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Don't tell me I'm gonna have to... Boarding skills for the Ishgard delegation, I take it. Yeah, here, take one. Many things. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Galarmud sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing, and now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aramic. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Galarmard, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That a set of warding scales I spy, not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves is that the right term. Anyway, this will give us one last thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Gullermon. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you've got something for us. Yeah, take one of these. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Heck, and they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to him for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Yizhar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say that I haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sudden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, and or however the saying goes on airships. Here, take one of these. See, these are the famed warding skills. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for the opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa. I almost said Troa. Because, you know, Gundam just popped in my head with that freaking name altogether. Okay. And learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelves Wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege avoided a Pagel. Now that I'm tagging along to see the sights, the Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. I come to you last. We heard it would be cold in Gullermed, so we came prepared. Here, take this. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of fire. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Orthrod, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Inugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Oh god, Yes, take this. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little offered in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ishabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made worming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemists Guild, but understand that they are not substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. We needn't worry about Uranger and I. We still have what we wore in Golemon before. Eustidian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he's spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats, if only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of science in need of a tailor, I hear? Tataru! It's Tataru! But how? Ma, I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ishlabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. She looks so cute! Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Yes, ma'am. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? She makes a good point. I did have one other thing to share. Whatever those names are, have finally returned from assessments in faraway lands. Like, no, I'm not going to try to pronounce those names. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Erosia. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Aw, oh why not? You can keep Cryo company in the I always screw up this name. Baldician Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard those two names did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we're nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Goleman. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. I was like, are they giving us fancy clothes? Because I saw the box. The green box usually means like a free gift. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. I'll debate on it. I might be extremely picky about it being cutscenes. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright. this is where we go separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Sure. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Gullermound. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustration's founder was only our most notable impure defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Several cutscenes will play. Please set time. Oh. It's like a solo duty. It's like a solo duty as well. That's crazy.
Hilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
It's like I don't like the sounds of that.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
I mean, eventually I need to figure out a lot of stuff.
Protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
I might just need to find a gif where a face comes flying at her for a face palm. Oh, Graha's wearing one of the rebel coats. That's awesome.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid.
Yeah, I know, right? They like use the letters, like the Roman letters, instead of like third to make it more easier on themselves.
Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Of course he does.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
I am not surprised. Oh! Oh no! Okay. I'm supposed to go after... Place explosives. Yep. Deactivate the frontline magic tech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. Is this freaking Assassin's Creed now? Like, is that what's happening right now? The gauge will gradually fill until you've defeated all alerted enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Blah, 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 blah. It's this, right? No. What's this? Confuses guard dogs. Okay. This is the regular attack spells. What's this? I see. Okay. Is there anything else I need to know? So we want to throw stink bombs so the dogs don't interrupt us during the takedown. An instant kill. Interesting. It's just on dogs. So some solo duties you get to play as characters. So this mission is basically Assassin's Creed. Make sure that you deactivate stuff, don't get noticed. If you get noticed, your awareness gauge goes up and then it goes back down when you defeat all enemies that have detected you. You can throw stink bombs at guard dogs, because guard dogs will still sense you while you're under swift defection, the deception. Otherwise, you want to use this so you don't get detected by, like, so basically I'm going to be using this right away so I can sneak past these guards. However, they did say that you want to use this any chance you get, and it's against just soldiers. It does a quick takedown, one hit on soldiers, but not on the metric Whimpering or the god dogs. Yeah, like, they went full out. We're gonna give you different things to do. This is all new.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Baba! I want to take out this guy here. Oh, there's dogs? No, there are people. There is a dog over there, though. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm just gonna destroy you, because it's fine. Oh, it doesn't work right away? Okay. $12 isn't bad. I'm gonna get spotted. No, I'm not! I'm not gonna get spotted! What was that? Nope, did not get spotted. That's a doggo. That is a doggo. This doggo needs to get splatted. And I'm just gonna kill. I should have just. What I should have done was just go backwards. Because I didn't necessarily have to do this.
Seven hells.
Do I have to set bombs here at all? I do. Alright. So... I didn't want to be seen by the magic tech. But I have to figure out which... I guess I need to go for this one first and pray that he don't go fast. And then come up here. Oh, I'm done!
This is the The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal.
Oh, not yet.
To the northwest.
Okay.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
They said northwest. Okay, so in this Turn around, please. And then go up to the... This next one is gonna be tricky. Because I want to take care of the dogs. Alright, I see where I might want to go. How far can I place this? Fuck. This is definitely like Assassin's Creed. Ah! Why is that thing moving so fast? Go away. Go back around. Okay. Ah, fuck. Oh god. Oh god. No. No. The fast guy is coming. I don't like it. I'm just gonna wait till he runs all the way across, because that's the only way to do it. Go away, little Magitech guy. Is this safe? Is this safe? I guess it is safe. I did it! Hero was all nervous. It's like, just take your time. You've got like an hour to do it. Just take your time. Take your time. Coordinate where you're gonna go. Remember that you don't necessarily have to fight everybody.
None the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Yeah, basically. Gotta go fast, watch your patrols, see what they're doing. Kind of remind me of like, Ocarina of Time, where you're going through the mazes and you have to watch the guards so you don't get caught. But Assassin's Creed was also like that too. And those games were kind of fun to play at in the beginning. But I never got to finish them because I got too sidetracked.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Yeah, you can, can't you just like jump across if you're really good? I think there was like a trick like that. I think you could just jump across. Oh, frayed perfect side hops. That makes more sense.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Interesting.
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
I gotta remember that I need at least 70 for the AoEs. But Red Mage is so fucking powerful. Like, what the heck? Like, I stand by it. Like, I can just press buttons and things just die.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Alright, remove on. I do like their
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
their new
They'll hold the line.
abilities. Like, they redid their abilities, like, overall. So, like, this doesn't give you back your charges, but if you play your cards right, you can melee charge again. And it's an awesome feeling when you can get it off, like, twice. And then you just see things get murdered. No! Are people going in front of it? Interesting.
You lot alright back there?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Uh-oh.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
We coming.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Now.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Yay! I do love that they gave us a freaking AoE for a melee combo. It is the best. If that was like their take on a new limit break or whatever, that was awesome.
That's her. Vigilia.
Here, have an addle on you, because I don't know what you're gonna do. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Tank Buster! Alright, here we go. Oh god! She's doing some crazy shit. And then again! Get back here! Another melee combo. Line AoE, we need to be in front of her. And then a spread! Ah! Oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. I just took a guess. Ew, gross. I need to heal myself. Healing. What is that? I don't know if I'm supposed to keep her alive or what. I have to help her complete the ritual. Okay. So yes, keep her alive, basically. For seconds. Oh god, please. Please. Oh, thank god. That one other one was about to come down for sure. Wow. Wow. That was nuts. That was just a solo duty. Like the first one of the game. Of the expansion, at least. This is nuts.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
I love her.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Crazy looking aetheryte.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
At least you're keeping yourself busy.
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, Far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
I'm gonna be right back. I missed a phone call that I've been waiting for weeks. And it happened at 3:27. And I didn't have my phone near me at all. Ugh. And how they work the ticket numbers, like when I looked this morning, it said 407. Like, how am I supposed to know that they're gonna that they're gonna actually be calling today? Ah, Jesus.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Oh. annoying. I am here. Everything is so dark. Yeah, it does. Like they text you to let you know that they're calling, and then they'll call you. And then in the voicemail, they sound like this happens all the time, basically. You can kind of hear it in their voice that this happens a lot. And they're like, "Well, since we couldn't get a hold of you now, we'll try again later." And I'm like, "Great." In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alice and I will meet you there. Hey, she's in her dancer garb. She didn't care about the cold. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. It is the monstrous tower of on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy, even at the distance. Its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Sure. Why are you all the way over here? You would be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Nice. Sona gave up. My husband gave up because it kept kicking him out. It kicked him out 3 times. So you should be glad that you made it in. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Yes, you do that. Also, this is the fastest mount in the game if you don't have flying. Just to let you know. You can only get it on the Mog Station. It's like one of the best Mog Station buys that you can do. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spell.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have
Well now,
Oops.
this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty. As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
I love the third option. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. It's so funny.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
It's been nothing but ice here. And snow. And it's dark. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are entering that 2002. I just had to see if there's like anybody here. Yes, somebody's here. Yes, a couple of people are here. Yeah, a couple of people are here, but I don't know where exactly, but that's okay. Godspeed good if it's the cold with Tataru's clothing. I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too that while the people of Galamad have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. Okay. Whoa, chums, been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Obum Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You take forever to finish a job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Great, it's gonna be one of those missions. They're gonna go humor him. Again, I read that so fast that I clicked out of it. Without reading it aloud. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it, that's a girl. Over there, beyond that tree, it looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one, at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. And now go, and Godspeed. I thought it was going to be one of those missions where I have to go look for something, because they did that a lot in Stormblood. Like, no joke. Got off of it without meaning to, because, you know, elephants scared me, or mammoths scared me. Whatever the heck that is. Right? I love it. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Yeah, exactly. You just scroll down and then it's like you just pick where you want to go, which is awesome. That's how I'm glad that they did that because they needed a complete update. Because I think that made it confusing for people having to open the map, move their cursor over to figure out which shard they had to go to. Now they just have to scroll down a list and they'll show you where that shard is going to take you. Like, they definitely made some good quality of life. Fuck. That's crazy. Probably have to follow her to a certain point. Like, you just can't just walk up to her immediately. Fuck. So stupid. This is probably gonna take me a while. I was never really good at follow this person. Frickin' quests. Because it's obvious I need to get over here without her seeing me. You also can't fall too far behind, otherwise you fail as well. Ooh. Downside is I have to get over here. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. I don't know where she's gonna turn around. Oh, fuck. Oh no, that's a great thing. Oh, thank God I made it. Make sure you jumped and move around. Don't be gone for 30 minutes. If you are gone for 30 minutes, it will kick you out of the game. Hope it's a fast drive. I mean, I hope that still works. I haven't tested it. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alpha No. This is my sister Alice, and our good friend Graha. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Galamad. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of our other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophori are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Galamad, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who hasn't been enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telepharoi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night in the war, the terrible war. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I've known all my life, eyes fainted, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Wow. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now and my me and a few others are powering it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. I didn't know if you were. Sigh. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you were here to help, can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lucinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of feeding the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firework gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the boar. Yes. Yes. Do as you will. I don't think she trusts us still. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms that all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that turning about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer on with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I mean, maybe. I was like, where's it coming from? Oh my goodness. I need it. I'm gonna need this. I can treat their frostbite and the wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emelian's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? What the heck? They did so good with this setup. What? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Here, take one of these. Worming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic tech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. With Mechana that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia in Gens is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Here, take one of these. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Haha, 'twas a joke, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I might not weep. So said the poet. But alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire while our brethren lay dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First come the war, then came the war. Then when morning came, Golemond was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery cake in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason when the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow comrades for our final judgment. What the oh, over here. Take one of these. A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore sourced from Locus Ammonius, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our eastern homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. What's that? Here, have this. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Go ahead. Are you part of the group staying in late rum? I saw Legatus Frigarella's troops heading towards the Magna Glacis a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yes. Camp Broken Glass, you call it, and Virgilina and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacis? Did you cross the mountains on foot? No, it's not what we did. Sort of. Airships. Then there might be a way to... Licinia? Where is everyone? Uh-oh. She didn't tell you about that one. Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Amosti has found its way inside the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlement. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. Amari tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, you'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you would rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. What do you mean a stand out like a sore throat? If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha, looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital is gone to shit. So they're resorting to sending you to negotiate a know your game, Swell's sword. If they think we'll give into intimidation, they've got another think coming. There you are. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Inn. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I killed them. Erosians are rebels that have to save the people of Golemond? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life. I'll put to work extracting ceruleum. I'll give him the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Golemon, says we about the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean ingots, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the code, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Golemond. So we're staying for the time being, long as there's a need for ceruleum. We'll find a way to get by, even if Golemond, as we know it, is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Islabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause of celebration, while for others, our whole way of life will be turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Thank you for the follow, Eddie. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoil sent you to turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. She kept that a secret. A sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Considering it is a reward for inducing me to the rest of your contingent, be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. She probably sent us out here so she can leave. Back on the bike. Cause bike fast. Ah, well, whatever. The music here is nice. I might have to turn it up a little bit because it sounds really good. Too loud. About here is good. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alpha would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Yeah, like I said, he's definitely sent us away for some stupid reason. It's always a good thing I jump because I can see shit. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help. What rot? All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clicking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Actually, before I continue onward, I am going to go bio and probably walk for a bit. So I'm just going to stand over here and lean against this tree. I might also put out a minion. I need to look for it first. Aha! Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh my goodness. Whew, I think this is like the longest I've streamed too. I've been going since 4 a.m. Ah, you would think that I was losing my brain at this point, but no. If I could do that solo duty that I had to do prior to getting to here, my brain's awake. We'll see what happens when I get to the next dungeon. 2 sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by the size. This is definitely them, come on. Okay, back on the bike. Bike go zoom zoom. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her aligned sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Okay. Oh, we're gonna go this way first. The wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. The blood stain in the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may have been severely winded. The trail of blood leaves southeastwards. Okay, it's actually the clue I needed. I am going to put this bike down here. Aha! I'm guessing people were trying an A rank because all I see is run. That's all I see in shout chat is run. I don't know why people are trying A ranks. Don't do it, guys. Just don't do it. The 2 buddies are already cold. Oh, that is sad. They died together. That would be my guess, is that they died together. Yep.
blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No.
She's gonna start crying and she's gonna make me cry.
Why wouldn't they?
They were too prideful.
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
You know better.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? The sister was sick, but we don't know what she was sick with. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. That's not what I wanted to do, but I've completely, like, stopped going after Aether Currents. Oh, it's... I'm just gonna port there. I think I seriously just do 8th year occurrence after MSQ anyway, because it's easier for me. LSA and Alpha No tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? I guess.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the Victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced, while some were merely stripped of their status. Others died under curious circumstances, one after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Arsahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Guardians face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A cell sword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedent above all else, remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Okay. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. We have our full cooperation. God, this guy is such an ass. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Limina Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphanode. And last but not least, there's Graha. Graha? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphanode and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter run, towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures be the way, we go around them. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know if the head thing would work or not, because I don't know what they would have, like, tried to fix. Oh no. Leave me alone! Don't follow me! I can't attack you, otherwise I fail! I didn't mean to run into it, obviously. There's a mark over there. That's fine. I can get him later. I made it. I almost didn't make it here. Were you at least, like, in a house when you made that spacebar macro? And then when you left? This is it, the first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Rigo de Morum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs, they'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Yeah, I got boots. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. And hydrate. Let me use it. Oh, I can actually kill this. Is that an A rank? It is. Why am I finding all the A ranks? Red Mage is too powerful. I'm really worried because they could absolutely rebalance the classes right before Savage. They might decide that things are too crazy DPS and then start nerfing, because they did that with Monk and Shadowbringers. Monk was way too powerful too. You couldn't even finish your opener, and then all of a sudden you can chakra and the freaking the enemy was dead before you can do anything else. And then they changed up everything and then put Monk into the ground and then brought it back up. Shadowbringers was just crazy. But I feel like they have a... I'm not quite sure how the other classes are currently, balance-wise. Yeah, they changed up Dragoon. I'm not quite sure. I know that you can't do the blue thing anymore. I see why your Conrad chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. I don't need to run into that monster. Fucking whack with how strong they are. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Somebody just made a comment in shout chat. I love how vibrant and colorful the zone is. And then somebody says, I'm no stranger to sarcasm. Still nicer than Boja. I need to stop reading shout chat. Shout chat's gonna get me in trouble. I usually don't pay attention to chat at all. To the chat window. I know people's probably been talking to me this entire time and I don't like need to ignore them or anything, but I'm kind of in the zone when it comes to story. Like, the story is just so good. How did those work again? I know one of them does more if you have... Okay, I really have to watch, like, how these are. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourselves, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Wow. This is getting slightly darker, which is fine. Where's that settlement? Is it up here? Confused. Or is it inside a mountain? Okay, odd, but whatever. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. This is Tritium, one of Garlemand's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. I don't like where this is going. Oh, I can still have a mountain here. Cool. It was downstairs. It was like hidden. It's either I was hidden. Kind of figured if it wasn't up, it must have been down somewhere. Oh, okay. I have to like do shit first. Got it. Well, let's pick up this sightseeing log. It's here. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. I'm not sure what is new with Dragoons. Wrong button.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, in a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers.
I had to run and put some socks on because my poor toes. Jesus.
If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
Can't leave it, most likely.
Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
God, what a... He's such a butt.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Okay. Oh god.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Oh, apparently they went for the A rank in here. they're calling the A rank the Winston Overwatch. Hilarious. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tarentum. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. If that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of your decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If you catch wind of doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shot collars would be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. Above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know for a while I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Elfina and Alice will pay the price. Okay. You see Graha next. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans, for Garleans, could teleport all over in a blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Okay. We're gonna go this way. So cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Oh, that was quick. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Erosia. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll ugh. Damn. Toward the Stitchers. Of all times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus' life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the war, the terrible war. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact, but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are a greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please will you help me tend to them? I guess. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see that well. Oh, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Julius first. God, I want that mount. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from a nearby houses, as many families kept rather, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We've had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We hadn't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. but then they would be in your debt. And I don't think they want that. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. What if... Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, in the bastard's words, lower servants of the Trolofere. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, and what stands in its place? We identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the Provincial Legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telefere. Once our allies arrived, your contingent will be sent running to the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Once our allies arrive, your okay, already button. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Galamon. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So did he agree to it? Of course not. No, he will not place Galamon in debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, my hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Ryogo, Banisma. The first location in Forum Solis, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Osculvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked magic tech armor? Nope. No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the facility. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Bring us out here to search, really. Over here first. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you're gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be stopped soaping wet when all was said and done every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, while the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish smoke. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. A rager, it's still unbearably cold though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signifier and magic medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack of finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of your fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? Last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. It's like, wait, no, don't do it. No, it's gonna happen, yo. That's it. And there's still some cerulean left. The fire is still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. It's like he's helping us. Kami and Udon, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus' eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well what ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Guillemon? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate, we lived well, better than many. What was Guillemon like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed, walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of worm machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing and using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Eh. There was a wall there. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Right here while I go and see how Alice and Alpha Node are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Jesus. Bright ass freaking bird came out of nowhere. Made like the whole area bright. Alphino and Alice will be fine providing they do not resist. Okay. You will accompany me back to your camp where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to legendaries Mercillinus and Octavia, who will pilot magic tech armor to your headquarters. We are to You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the ill, he said. Sigh. So that's be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Golemon. What do you want with me? So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. That he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature. And to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Golemald, I will fulfill my duty. Okay. Have you done as instructed? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether you will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now, like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here, follow me. Sure it is. You say short, but it's probably not that short. It's not that short! Nice. Purple lights are good. My lights are still blue.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. Garlean flag bears a chain. The bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristic. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realise it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Ah, Estinian.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report
Dun,
no
dun, dun.
casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Freaking butts.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh. We're gonna hear the gunshot, and that's all they're gonna get.
Quickly!
Or we might not get that at all.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
It's gonna be too late. Yep, it's too late. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their camp were left to go hungry, a reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Elphinot and Alize and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Wait, what's over here? What is this? Just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rolonad of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangement with Tamperston, you see. However, the very first of the tappers to come bearing Cerium has asked quite a lot of us, if I do say so. They wish for our help in getting Jotun Perform G up and running, the very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the other engineers left to Tamperston from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the men. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping to make the call. I thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the tapper in question then. He's a man by the name of Ephitus. Okay. It's better to just do these, like, right away. Because then you don't have to worry about them when you go and collect your aetherites. Your aether currents. I suppose you must be the friend Remonode wanted to fetch. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my proffer deal would be a boon to us and the Ishelbard contingent alike. I used to work on Juturna Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Temperston? You've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on the technology. I was a supervisor rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought you were close, but living alongside them in Temperston has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them, and everyone else if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get the things up and running again, and you'll have your share of ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? Yes, I'd been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types for what it's worth. I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove yourself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason, in any case. Assisting us with use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me when you're with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with our proper inspection, and we can get to work as soon as you're ready, Graha. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Okay. was like, watch it be inside a building. And it is. Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Romanod of our progress first. Okay. Epios has yet to arrive. Be sure he. Oh. Fuck. I totally forgot he can't go in a mount. How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear it on my integrity as an engineer you are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of cerium engines. You saw a little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead ere your lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. Notice you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break, now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from Frozen Climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well. On behalf of the camp, I firmly ask you to repair the cerium engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around. I'm so close to leveling, it didn't give me a level. Oh yeah, that's right, you can't attune to that. It's like they did that on purpose. They didn't want you to get back there so quickly. So let's drive. We get to drive. Nice. Heaven's Sword was when it really picked up for me. And then I just couldn't put the game down. Because the story was just so good. Alright, I'm gonna fight you because I'm getting tired of seeing these. Graha and Julius. We arrived just before you did and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then when he was alone, he... No. No, he wouldn't. But he did. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free, free to choose our own fate. He wouldn't, but he did. Yeah, right? Without him to guide us, you don't know what to do with yourselves now. I have just the moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. He doesn't know what to do with himself. I can attune to it now. Look, I'm touching this! Yeah, do that. Do currents, do fates, whatever you want to do. But make sure you just stay active. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it, to think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance that I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Yep, you're coming with us. Well, got the aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Late Rum is also functioning as normal. That's where your lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Okay, picked up another soul, another human soul. Oh, I thought somebody was here. It's in the next car. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate. And I'm too tired. You know, that also leads to suffering, and then it leads to the dark side. It's like they didn't want to put suffering in there. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Think the 12, think the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With other creatures and tempered sulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lobsonian friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. Wait, what's going on? I don't know. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map once you've taken care of the riffraff. We'll meet back at our camp. Goodbye, Thancred. The hell is that upstairs? I didn't mean to hire it. Excuse me, sir, have you seen a little boy with hair a similar shade of mine? He's my son. I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I've never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather goodness knows where. Ugh! I'm worried he may have left the station altogether in the streets above our rifle in danger. Please, could you find him for me? I wasn't paying attention if she actually said anything. I'm being stupid and being sidetracked. So I apologize. I just want to know if I'm gonna get to the next, like, to a trial or to a dungeon, because this is, like, forever, man. Another block street? Who are you? Your mom's looking for you. Mother sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. It's just funny. It's like the parents are just trying to save their, like, keep a hold of their kids, protect their kids, and then they just do this. Jeez, it's really. These horns are slightly annoying, but at least I know that you... that you legit just want to not get caught. I have no idea which way he's turning. I don't know where he is now. Oh, he spotted me. That sucks. I don't know if the other guy got spotted or not. He probably didn't, because he probably got lucky that he could move. I got stuck. Because camera angles. Now I have to do this again. So stupid. Like, these are just so dumb. I think I would have preferred the beckon, the escort quests. They just take so long. Oh, thank God. I was so close. The first time. No, our home, it was here, right here. You again? Leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house, bigger and better than the old one. God. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? Could use his mother against him. I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. My mother is worried I should go back to the station. I mean, we've been trying to tell you that this whole entire time, kid! I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned, poor creature. You should have seen him, tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What? He was attacked by the horn magic, you say? Magic tech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock for my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a sultry lesson to be gained from all this, though one that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand is friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. I'm gonna level with it. I did not level with that. Didn't think I would, but I was like, hopeful. So hopeful. Alright, onward. Survey the land. I was like, wait, there's somebody there. Oh yeah, that's right, this thing. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhere troublesome, but those changes should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather puissant information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. Ah. Ah, Graha, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear you first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be offered the same treatment as any other refugees. Preferably notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart, his reasons noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Trinium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. Yes, Nidhogg. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of building a ladle or two without your assistance. On our way, might I ask you to seek Ishtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. But I don't want to go tell Ishtola to do that. Did I gain anything new? No. Magic Berry isn't until 86. Any traits? Yeah. Yeah! Red Mage Mastery went up. Oh, so that's when I'll get 2 and then 2. I see. It's not until, like, much later. Is that... Are you another 8th year current? Yeah. I've seen you before in Tritium. Yes, I was part of the first group transferred here, but there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? He's probably still refusing to budge. Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala, First Legion. I've been doing what I can for the refugees, so I suppose I'm one myself. You see, I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody, in fact. Before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigils Umbrani, and it was our duty to keep this citizenry safe. Our habits die hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after the lad. He's been separated from his parents in chaos, but he won't leave the station without them. Thing is, there's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. We've seen the conditions here. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. I should go back to the station or to try persuading him to join your camp. Could I trouble you to accompany me? It'll do him good to see you're not the monsters he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, no time like the present. Okay. Yes, I have been taking proper breaks in embedding sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. They told us to... Wait, what's over here? It's this blue one. This is also another Aether current. Oh. Well, now here's a sight that warms the heart. I never thought I'd have the honor to meet a hero of your prodigy, let alone beg for your aid. You see, I've got a shipment of supplies to send down to Temper's Den, and having someone who knows the lay of the land by my side will go a long way to ensure its safe delivery. I defend it myself, but I have to carry the bloody thing. If you'd be so kind to escort me, I assure you I'll make it worth your while. Well then, I'll be waiting outside the gates of the camp. Come meet me when you're ready, but don't take too long. Monsters are around in these parts. Get the occurrence first. There you are. I knew you'd have the heart to keep a soul in need. It'll be some time yet before we've mapped the entirety of this vast expanse. It stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Garlands survived at all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glacies with my own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. This is only hearsay, but I've been told that masses have formed when cerulean bursts forth from the earth and come into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing the moment of violence forevermore. The water mixed in it prevents the ceruleum from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of ceruleum you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Cerium is wrestled straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, or so I've heard. Now all that's left is to deliver the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, eh? Oh, we gotta actually go inside. If my prediction is correct, he should still be around here. His name's Volvasus. It's Volvasus! He's sussy, I guess. Must know him better for his scarlet locks, considering how reluctant he is to leave. I doubt he'd answer if we tried calling out for him. Would you mind helping me look? There's so many people in here now. Ah, he's over here. I'm gonna talk to you. Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. It's like I had to stop and talk to him, because you know. Who are you? Your mom's looking for you. Verlosis. We've been looking everywhere for you, so refusing to join everyone at the other camp, I see. I'm not going anywhere, not without Mom and Dad. Don't you see? It's for your own good. I know you came here with Julius, didn't you? Please, you've got to listen to me. Mom and Dad are alive. I know they are. No one's saying they aren't. Sorry to burden you, but I've a feeling he'll be more cooperative once he's got this off his chest. Hear him out, would you? If this turns into another side quest, listen, that's at least 3. 3 of them. What Devils was talking about, 3 of them turned into side quests. Now I'm gonna go watch those cutscenes. Because, you know, I'm still trying to see if this is gonna lead me into, like, a dungeon later or a trial. Like, where is it? Flying's the best. I miss it right now. But I'll go gather the Aether Currents after our MSQ for Endwalker. Because I'm going to be running around on an alt job class picking up side quests. So might as well do it all at that point.
The last of those who agreed to join us. Yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
I think once I get to the next dungeon or trials, after that is probably when I'll hop off, because I'm pretty sure the story is just going to start picking up right after that, and then I'm never going to want to leave. I already didn't want to leave during any of this. This whole entire zone was just freaking phenomenal, story-wise. It's like you come here with a bang.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lenny-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
It's this song that reminds me of Undertale. Just like this beginning part here with the piano. Reminds me of Undertale music.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Because, you know, he comes from Grondania. Probably has a lot of flavorful stuff there.
The little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Hmm.
I know this is not a dream, and yet I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea. The Ilsebard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Oh, what color is it now? It's blue now. It's been yellow, green, blue. Is it gonna go through all the colors? I feel like it's gonna go through all the colors. Uh-oh. They were talking about the war, right? It's gonna freaking wreck people who don't have the warding shields. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's probably fucked.
Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly.
Oh, God.
Save me, brave hero! My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Oh, snap. Oh, no. Oh, man. What? No.
Experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short.
Oh, no.
I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
cannot be happening.
Good marrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be it. Wow.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Osgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas.
That looks like Anima.
Call them prayers. A supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
I get it. It is. It is.
The embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Oh, I was wondering when anima was gonna come into play and how it was gonna come into play. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. This is sick.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so
Cat.
does ether from every corner of the globe.
Cat jumped up on my lap like oh one's business. He's like, I got it. In my lap. Almost landed on my freaking controller.
The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious
God.
design. Would you not agree, my lord?
God, Fandaniel, why are you so annoying?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
Oh, God, Xenos.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost his appetite.
It's like they had to put in that line. There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. Like, that could be used for a lot of stuff.
I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of Cassia, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Oh, oh my god!
Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
God.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak.
You'll be seeing some interesting names when you come towards the end game. Or you might be seeing them in your roulettes sometimes too.
You will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
It's a solo instance. It's another duty instance. Is it gonna be like freaking Assassin's Creed again? God. Hey, this is paladin shit! Okay. Oh, I have. Oh, goodness. Which way am I going? Can I just cross this? I actually have to fight. You butt!
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Oh man, I don't even know which way am I really supposed to be going. Oh god. Oh god, that way? What does this say again? I feel like I'm gonna run out of time and then have to redo this. It's gonna be crazy. I feel like I missed something back here that I probably could have used. And I just kind of snuck around. It was just a med kit! F. I think I am meant to go that way, but I have... Well, might as well... Oh, God, what? I legit have to clear a path, but I don't have anything. I have to use the immobilized suit, but I have to figure out where the key is, I guess. Am I fucking... No. Really? It could... yeah. Yeah, you totally saw that. Yeah, I don't care, but, like... This is why I hate maps like this. And missions like this.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
don't even know where I am anymore. Like, I don't even know, like, if this is where I was the first time. I could just kind of picked a different direction just to see if I can find shit. You piece of... Because you're definitely meant to scout around. Oh, you piece of dick. So it does want you to go find the key and the fuel. Which I completely missed the first time. Like, it legit tells you what you need to do. It's just that it's... can't see. Ugh! Gonna end up freaking dying again. Cause me remembering where crap is? Nope. Anymore. I don't want to get hit by anything, and I have to bring this back over to that thing. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get lost. Because I don't think it was in this direction. Was it? It was. Okay. What? Search around the magic tech for the person calling for you. Game, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Oh, okay, I got it. Like, what? Thank you. I have a funny feeling that I might just time out in the end. You... No! How did... No! God. I call BS on that. God, freaking controller issues, man. I just want to target it. I might end up dying again. Wow. I was not prepared. I was not prepared for that. Oh, now we're crawling. Wow. crazy.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, time to call off the search.
I'm dying. Oh no.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Jesus. Oh no.
Who are you?
Aha. Oh, that's... Oh no. Oh no.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest, and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
God, what a ride so far. Jesus. That was fucked up.
That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
It's like, oh my god. Thank heavens you're you again. Gave me quite a fright. Are you certain that you've recovered? You mustn't push yourself, especially after an experience like that. Like, dear fucking god. Whatever that was, let's not do it again, eh? Uh-huh. Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thy own flesh once more. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet. Though I pray you'll be the last. Yes, 'tis still you. My apologies, I realized too late that the ether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. 'Twas likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. The body that you were first to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you were returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let us pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Van Daniel. Basically. He's like, I've been there, done that, bro. I will require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you were not yourself for the contingent, of course. It can wait until later, however, for now it's enough that you've returned. Oh my god. God. What the heck did I just what game is this again, Dari? What, like, that shit was dark. You're certain you're well, nothing out of place, no missing bits. This entire zone has been nothing but dark story. Like, a dark story. Crazy. The writing is so good. That's why I just, like, want to keep writing, but I know I have to, like, stop somewhere. Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. It just continues to get dark. Like, even in Shadowbringers, once you get when you get there, it's dark. Hey, look, it's another Aether carrot, but this time it's with the main story quest. Oh man. Are you well enough to make your report? Maybe. This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not more to the point we can traverse that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Bubble, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry ranged rather more loudly in your ears than others. If we were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Teleporoi's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thacred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magic tech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversory force will be compromised of the Ishgardian, Gordanian, and Lemontian delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Teleporoi believe we are marching up upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Elamigan, Uldon, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Enceladium, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Teleporroi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. Aye, there will be no more casualties of the Teleporroi's mechanical ambition. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower of Babel on a whim. In Amun's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Xandi used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. We are to proceed north to Forum Patton's. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. What the heck? What the... so crazy that someone is like, it seems like he's almost done with the story. But with how quickly it seems. It's okay. Everybody has to play this game how they need to play it. People in shout chat that was in this area, they were all skipping stories too. They called it even. It was like, why? Why are you calling it in shout chat? Graha, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're in. Believe you me, a good fight should warm us right up. Barely enough cloth to swiddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Dorthral. Watch your tongue, fool. Least I feed it to the crows. I love you, Sedu. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to worm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my new Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day? As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello everyone, all set for battle I see? Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladum. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force. Then we seek onto the train. Next up, the Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, we, Zelia, will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Enceladum. See you there. Oh god, there's a tree. Okay. It's a 90 tree. Hell, it's good to see you, Graha. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you've recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Linty's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. This is everyone? Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telephory's leaders, but should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telephory's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Hear, hear. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Golemeld, and that's what we're going to do together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. I'm guessing this is another dungeon? Ah! It's another dungeon!
I stand ever ready.
My turn! I stand ever ready.
I feel like Thancred can be annoying at times.
I stand ever ready.
I feel like I might want to go this way. I wouldn't mind 2 red mages only because LSA actually will use the limit break if I'm not using it. She'll just freaking take it and use it all the time. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in with trusts. Alright, let's see what this one is gonna be all about. I'll most likely get off after this dungeon and the cutscenes. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy.
Now or never.
The music's cool. What a name for a boss. Okay.
Hold still.
Okay.
Allow me.
Should have been the other way around. A crit hill. Oh, I should look at what are... Alright, so after this dungeon, my gear will be turning into something else, because the gear that I currently have is 530 as well.
You cannot stop us!
That looks like a toad, and that looks like Smaw. Oh, because they're big things. That makes sense to go small. But why would she want to be turned into a frog? Oh, okay. It turns into water. I love how they just like stick together and I could just like be over here and I'll be okay. Unless I get targeted. Again, if all these are from Final Fantasy IV, they totally said that it was going to be Final Fantasy IV related. You'll make it. Don't worry. Like, if you continue to play as you have been, you'll be fine. You'll get here. Yoshi P pretty much stated that he can bring anything into this game. Like anything. That's why people were asking for Blitzball. It's like anytime you watch a live letter, it's Blitzball. And that's all you see the Twitch chat is just filled with Blitzball. Over and over again. Among Us got asked for once before. I mean, he has Mahjong in here. Like, you can actually play, like, Mahjong. If you know how to play that. But that's all in here. Oh god, it's another elevator. Okay. Okay, good. Didn't have to fight anybody. Dude. This is like the one reason why I come in here with frickin' trusts. Is so I can just take massive amount of pictures. What? Oh. Oh man. Whew, man. This is gonna make me want to play Final Fantasy X. Because I haven't played that game in a while. Like, absolutely. Dear, that, like, yeah, I know Animal is just, like, in the background. This color scheme is just amazing. And there's freaking mechanical hands on the walls. That's just freaking crazy.
Hold still.
I think that might be a new voice line. I've never heard him say "hold still" before. When he was tanking. Okay. I mean, he's a tank. He can take take that damage in there. I keep forgetting that I want to get to at least 70 or 60, whatever it is. I think it's 60. Oh man. We're getting closer. I gotta build up my gauge because we're almost at the boss.
Allow me.
I have you now.
You cannot stop us.
It's like, look, there he is! Oh. No, no, no. Get back here. You're not pulling them. Uh-uh. That is freaking bazonkers. Alright. Whew. I'm just trying to, like, relax my nerves because, dear God, it's freaking anima! Alright. Alright. Alright, let's go see what he's gonna dish out at us. I'm not sure. I would have to look it up to see if it looks familiar to me or not. Whew. Alright. Go on, Mr. Oh God. Oh, he has a huge hitbox. Okay. What? I don't want to be there. What's that? I want to be further away from it. Alright, what's going on the sides? What in the world is even happening? Oh, we're getting taken under! It's like the under one. Oh my freaking lord, man. This thing is creepier than the original. Okay. What's happening over there on the sides? Is it also happening over here too? Oh my goodness. Yeah, we definitely have to move. Okay. I get it. Oh, wonderful. Hey, I'm gonna run this way.
You underestimate me.
Ah! Oh no. I didn't realize, like, when it started. Oh crap. It had like a lag kind of start to it this time. I'm used to it going quicker. I guess I took that into consideration. He's punching us, that's cool. Because that also happens. Oh my god. Get him!
Give them a show.
Hold still.
You underestimate me.
I'm keeping some of these mechanics in mind because they could freaking use them during Savage. I can totally see them using some of this stuff in Savage later on, or even in Extreme Trials. Whew, man. That one wasn't too difficult to figure out what was going on. It was just mostly, there's a lot of repeated mechanics that I've seen a lot. It's just done in a different way, and it's really cool. Can you repeat that again, you guys? No? You already said it, you're not gonna say it again? And well, now I'm curious on what the whole set looks like. I'm gonna have to run this one again. Oh, this dungeon was really fun. Like, I would totally run this again, just for gear. I'm gonna look on the outside. Like, those look like candles. My god. Alright, time to exit. Let's see what I get myself into. And then see if I can actually get myself the stat. Because I need a stat. I've been here since 4 a.m.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
Yeah. Yeah, like no joke. Hey man, I'm used to playing games when they release for 24 hours. I probably could go for 24 hours.
This madness ends here.
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Oh, Stydian.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense.
Cryle.
Cryle? But how?
Oh.
that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin decided to take over her body again.
Heidelin, feeble relic of a forgotten age. Hark, victory is mine.
Uh-oh.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Wow.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
It's like, am I really going to the moon? It's like I can't end knowing that I might as well just go to the moon and then end there, to be honest. And then start the moon stuff if I can get on tomorrow. If all of the Tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them, we must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Mm-hmm. So we can do the scenario all the time, but we only have a selected few depending on which one we're doing. When we start to level them, you have to start from the other one. So this is like an easy way to like say that you don't want to queue up with people. They actually open the scenario side right away. So if the scenario side stays the entire time, there really is no need to level the trusts. Trusts for you won't open until Shadowbringers. That's when it got added officially. Fear not for Kryl, go forth and return. I breathe. I need to talk to all of you before I leave. I'm the last person who should be scolding others for using dangerous teleportation magics, but if that is indeed how Kryl reaches us in time, I do wish Hydaelyn had taken a little more care. Regardless, it's nothing your Anje and I cannot put right. Oh. Devil's got lucky. He got the minion dropped for him. It can drop for you on trusts. So like that's like another main reason why I level trust was so I can get all the rewards. Any music, any minions that might drop. We're moving out to rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. Okay. Stand there for a moment, please. Prayer for good luck. No, you can't possibly fail. Okay. Stidian, talk to me. We've no time for worrying over what's done. Let's go. Yep. Alright. My apologies. I was lost in thought. This device is of Hegelian design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clear, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Hydaelyn said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mare Lementorum. You must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Zenas and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits our prayers with you. Go. Now go beyond the sky. Alright. Let's see what kind of sci-fi shenanigans this is going to turn into.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
I'm just hoping that I can attune to that right away, because if I can't, that's going to be kind of problematic if I want to stop. Oh! Okay. I have to run back so I can take a photo because this aetheryte is super pretty. I guess I should have done it like maybe over. Oh, there's an enemy there. I need my spells back, thank you. That's what I get for I want to take photos. Wait, there's actually enemies nearby. Um. That's not what I wanted this. Alright, so at the aetheryte, I'll have rested experience. I can actually leave while being on the moon. Now we're just gonna sit here for a moment because I totally skipped this morning. I was like, it's queue time. I need to get in the queue before it becomes like 3,000. Or if I like ran into 2002 errors, I would have ran into it really early so I can like try to see. But like this opening title is crazy. I just want to see it should go into like the actual cinematic opening as well. But this looks so good. Like they put a lot of thought into this little title screen here. Oh, you're gonna have fun in that trial. This should just be like what we saw in one of the trailers. I just want to see it in full before going to bed.
draws nigh.
While the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must,
Must
then.
then.
But we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Alright. Thank you all for joining. I'll probably stream tomorrow. I just have to see how the queues are gonna be. If I'm gonna be waiting in a queue for an hour, I probably won't start streaming until it gets closer to that I'm actually in. Like I did, well, I didn't really do that this morning. I was kind of like, let's see how the queues are. And then I made it in. Thank you all. Have a good night. Bye-bye.